to help us in our planning. You can learn more about them, and then there was a web address. The founding partner, Jim Randall, is our consultant, and with his guidance, we will be creating a picture of the future and the steps and strategies to get there. We will address potential new realities emerging from the pandemic, changes in the denomination, and their possible impact to St. Luke's, and how to help our church soar in a time when church interest is plummeting. In fact, next Sunday, you will be able to help us by filling out a very brief survey at the end of the service. This will be very useful in giving us a sense of your anticipated church involvement moving ahead. While our mission will never change, we will continue to evolve, experiment, and respond to rapid change around us. For instance, you may have noticed that we have made more use of video messages in our 9:30 contemporary service. This allows everyone to hear the same voice instead of using valuable time for two pastors working on one message. Now we can utilize the same voices to create more online content beyond Sunday sermons, enabling us to reach a larger audience. We will also continue to reevaluate worship times and think about ways to improve our Sunday morning experience. We want to grow our 9:30 traditional service in the sanctuary, then start new services with a strategy to help each feel vibrant and attractive to all. Now, this is where I lost the last part, but he goes on to say, none of this is set in stone. We are looking at ways, and I just thought it was very timely that we're going through this in a different type of program. Here's a huge church with multiple ministers. They have at least two full-time, I guess Rob Fuquay would be the senior pastor, but, and in the first part of this email that came, and if you really want to see it, I could send it to Janine and she could send it out to everybody, but in the first part of this email, it talked about some of the different things they had, and one was like, was it growing minority businesses, and it was some sort of a workshop that they were having, and it had this picture of this gal there, and whatever, when that was going to happen. One of the things they were back to offering church tours, and it told you the times, one or two, three different times in the next month or so that you could sign up and take a tour of their church, because their church is huge. Then it talked about some of the other things, and they had, one of their members had made a $10,000 donation, matching up to $10,000 for, I think, school supplies for Washington Township. So then I started thinking, okay, in community, and we're talking about where's your neighborhood, look at where they're located, Washington Township is there, and so they're raising funding for school supplies for kids, and somebody has stepped up and said, I will match up to $10,000. And then they're doing an outreach program at the Jordan Y. It looked like maybe some kind of counseling or something like that. So the second page that I got was just a call away, it says, and they had two. These were actually in color. I think I must be running out of ink, colored ink. But anyway, it says, if you know someone who needs financial assistance, please share our benevolent hotline, and here's their hotline. You can also share our emotional and spiritual care hotline, and here's that. And it tells when the care team is available from 8:30 to 5, Monday through Friday. And they have the number and the times and the whole bit on there. And I thought, wow. So obviously they're a big church, and they've got lots of resources and lots of people to divide up. But anyway, I just thought it was interesting to see what somebody else was doing. So
Yeah, thank
that's
you.
my devotion.
Yeah, thank you for bringing these ideas. The next thing, the next step is the scripture focus, and Matthew 22 is a long one. So if would anybody like to volunteer? Otherwise, I'd be okay with reading it.
Or a summary.
or a brief summary.
Thanks, Phil.
Yes,
Bye.
thank
With
you for
that,
getting
I'm
the technology working.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
It's what I do sometimes. Bless you all. Thank
Thank
you
you.
for good to see you all. So
Yes.
Thank you.
the only, with watching the news today, I wonder with the increases throughout the country, it hasn't hit Indiana nearly as much as some places. But it's like, I don't know where we're headed again.
Uh-huh.
No,
How
nobody
do-
does.
How do we help? How do we help combat
Mm-hmm.
the numbers are up about 70% nationwide.
Indiana's 3.2 still though. I mean, it's.
Yeah, Indiana, we're still,
We were down to
but
2.2, I
but
think.
the southern states are way up, and with people going to Florida for breaks.
Mm-hmm.
They said 99% of the cases are unvaccinated people that are getting it. So-
Correct.
Yep.
I worry
Unvaccinated,
for the school kids.
Yeah.
unvaccinated and younger ones,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah.
That's now the concern. The hospital rate for those under 12 and under 20 has radically went up.
And
A
Franklin
prayer
schools
concern.
have
Yeah,
announced
a
that
prayer
they're gonna
concern.
Yeah.
leave the
Tomorrow morning?
mask or no mask, that's optional.
See y'all.
I know.
Up to the
Bye.
family,
And you're
family
telling-
can decide.
Charles, do you want me to read all of this?
Uh,
or just-
You know, it's
Where we
a
are
it's
now,
a long
maybe a
one.
summary, if everybody read it
We,
already.
I have a do you guys have summaries on your sheets? I have a summary on
No.
mine.
No.
Okay, here. I'll handle this one this week.
All right.
Yeah.
Because we're already hitting that 7 o'clock mark, and the loving part, which is this first section, is only supposed to take 20 minutes.
Yeah.
So, notes from Matthew 22. Jesus speaks about a wedding feast. It's originally invited guests refused to come. They even killed the messengers sent to bring them to the feast. The king had them punished and then invited everyone else to the feast. One man thrown out because he did not have the right clothes would have been seen as a grave insult to the king. There's a section about paying taxes. The famous quote, "Give to Caesar what is his and to God what is God's." There is a section where Jesus talks about resurrection. People will be like angels, God of the living, not the dead. And then at the end, he gives the greatest commandment: love the Lord and love your neighbor. And that is Matthew 22 in bullet points. John 15:8 is, "My true disciples produce much fruit. This brings great glory to my Father." And that's from the New Life Translation. So, some questions to
Read that one
consider.
again?
Yes. "My true disciples produce much fruit. This brings great glory to my Father."
This version says, "This is to my Father's glory that you bear much fruit, showing yourselves to be my disciples."
NIV.
And I think I forget. Yeah, I have NIV on my phone too. That's my favorite translation. Is the NIV. So, let's see. Now here's my follow-up question with what's on your sheets. Do you have any questions on your sheets about these scriptures?
No.
So, I'll read some of these off to kind of get us in the right frame of mind. We don't necessarily need to answer them so we can get into the discussion. But these are the questions to consider.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, absolutely.
Always have trouble with that one, the first one, and that all these people were invited to come,
Mm-hmm.
and they showed up. I mean, all the uninvited, but now they're invited because the invited guests refused to come, invites the rest, and then they throw out this guy because he's not dressed right. And I'm thinking, you know, how did that fit?
Yeah.
I don't know. You know, because we're supposed to be, I mean, if you're using this, if they're using the, we're supposed to be hospitable, and however they're dressed, it's fine, and they come
Uh-huh.
in with, you know, whatever is, it's
Mhm.
okay. And yet this guy got thrown out. He
Yeah.
wasn't dressed right.
Well, I think that's one that you don't take literally. I mean, the last scripture there is, for many are invited, but few are chosen. And I think to me, the point is that when we're called, we have a responsibility, and we can't just show up for the show. That we have to be,
Mm.
we're not just observers to this life. We are supposed to be participants.
And prepared. And my
And-
guess is
and-
at that time, you didn't show up for those. I mean, that's the other thing is sometimes it's hard to put these scriptures in today because
Yeah.
you wear what you want to a wedding. But
Uh-huh.
at that point, there
They were
was a
very
specific
strict.
requirement to show up. And if you didn't do that, then
You were dishonoring the guest.
Exactly.
Dishonoring the
host,
guest,
the
the
host.
host,
Yes.
and
The host, yeah.
Well, and
Yeah.
maybe it's too, it's, not so much like preparing by what you're getting dressed with, but it's preparing your heart.
Yeah, that's kind of where I
And
was
you may
going.
have showed up with the wrong attitude, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah,
these
that's
were-
that's
not-
kind of
these
where
were-
I was going.
These were
with
secondary
it.
people. They didn't know they were coming until the last
Uh-huh.
minute.
Because those parables have,
Yeah,
A little
there's
twist.
there's
Yeah,
always
yeah.
there's a depth in there that we
Uh-huh.
tend to want to gloss over.
Yeah, we gloss over it, especially given the amount of time that has passed and how the world has advanced since the social customs of.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember learning about one of the greatest ways to show grief was to rip off your sleeves, right? We don't do that now either.
Cloth and ash.
Or throwing your sandal, you know, taking your sandal off, right? Isn't that another thing in the Bible? There are those types of cultural things that I think we've lost over the years. That when we look at it, and in this it says it would have been seen as a grave insult to the king. That's the little parenthetical at the end of my notes through the
Yeah.
ADAPT program. So. Yeah, I think I like what you said about maybe he didn't come in with the right attitude or with his heart prepared. That's that symbolic
Yeah.
character, right? Is everyone's invited, but even the people that get invited, there are going to be some negativity or some resistance people that are not necessarily 100% involved. If that's what I'm getting
Yeah.
from this
Yeah.
interpretation.
Yeah.
Yeah, good. I think that'll suffice for our loving section. I like that discussion better than anything. Thank you for the question, because sometimes the scripture does get a little. What does this mean? A man came out of the woods and attacked him. Well, you know, like there are all sorts of things like that.
What is this nonsense about no meat and cheese?
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
no hamburgers and with cheese.
No shellfish,
No
right?
shellfish, no piercing.
So, quick review of the group covenant or the ground rules for discussion. I need to write them in each week. First, speak from the center of your own experience. Second, stay focused on the topic at hand. Remember, use the bunny ears to keep us moving along. I need to be more on top of that as well. Make sure we're talking about ideas, not people. 4, everyone has the same opportunity to speak as well as to not speak. Reflection is a good thing. And my last one, I'll reiterate, we need to make sure we're moving right along with the bunny ears if we are ever off track. All right. Now, on to learning. In today's session, we will focus on going out into the community to reach new people. The attraction model is dead. We must leave our buildings and be with our community and build relationships before we will ever have the chance of them becoming part of our faith community. So, before we get into what's prepared here, were there any parts of the text, parts of the chapter that stood out to you, or where would you like to start the conversation to guide it?
On page 45, second paragraph, about 4 sentences down. But in fact, we have found that our churches are 30 to 40 years older than the community they are in, and far less diverse.
Yep. I
That really
underline.
hit me.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
I had made a note on page 46. There was a comment, the church folk mostly hang out with church folk, not very interactive with the community, disconnected with the communities that surround them. I
And
thought
we
that
tend
was
to,
interesting.
do that, we tend to hang
Well,
together.
and I underlined, and I think I have done this with our congregation. Congregations recite a list of events they host or contributions they make to other agencies to help in the community service, to help in the communities. Sometimes they will list people from the congregation doing great community service. And we have a lot of people in our congregation that are involved in the community, that do things.
That last
But when
sentence,
asked if the community would know if they were doing this on behalf of the church, the answer is no.
mostly no.
and I've often used that kind of as my excuse for St. Matthew is, yeah, but our people are involved.
Right.
But that's not doing anything to make disciples.
Mhm.
That's not bringing the word. That's not, it's like, shoot, there went my excuse.
Yeah, there's an additional level there.
Yeah,
Right?
that we're missing.
Mhm.
Well, we talked
Church
about
can't
that.
just
Go ahead.
hang on the coattails of the
Mhm.
people that are with the habitat of community,
Yeah.
community and, you
The
know.
food bank or the blood
Right,
drive.
we
Uh-huh.
can't just coast behind the draft of those
Uh-huh. Yeah.
and say, oh, we're with them.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
And people in the community may not know they're associated with
Yeah.
them.
Uh-huh.
I'm sure they don't.
So-
You know, they're doing it because we're,
And
They're
the
good
thing
people.
about hanging
Yeah.
together must have been important, because on page 47,
You say it
he
again.
says it right again, the biggest danger we run to as Christians is to hang out only with each other. So
The other thing that I thought was, that I made a note on, was when they were talking about starting the process of getting community, where they talked about the P-free.
Yes,
No
I liked
preaching,
that.
no prayer, no pocketbooks, and no preaching.
Yeah.
I thought that was an interesting comment too.
where was that? I remember reading that.
I think it was maybe on 40. I don't know.
That's on
Yeah.
page 50 under remedy.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
Oh, yeah, the
page-
P-
I highlighted that and circled
Yeah,
that
I
as
did
well. The P-free zone.
50.
Yeah, I did too, I underlined it.
Yeah. and-
But on
yeah.
page 48, it talked about us not being an important entity in the community, and how we need to go out and find the unchurched people, and I put in the margin there, church bus. Why are we so afraid of a church bus? I mean,
Don't,
these
Yeah.
days-
don't start cheering.
Yeah.
Blows right up.
Lightning strikes outside.
There's so many ways we could use a church bus, so many ways.
You're so right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But every
But
time you
again,
say
here
church
we
bus,
are
people look at
talking
you
about
like
the
you're a
same
crazy
thing.
woman.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
And back to page 46, this jumped out at me. More than 80 churches have closed in Missouri in the past 8 years.
And
Yeah.
No one called to ask where the United Methodist churches went.
Yeah.
It is an obvious sign to me that we were not very impactful in that community.
Well, when Hope closed.
I was gonna say, well, we've had two, Hope and Trinity,
Well, Trinity hasn't closed yet.
It's still limping.
Oh, okay,
But it's limping, I'll give you that, it's
Yeah.
limping. But nobody asked why Hope closed, everybody just assumed, yeah, old church, people got old, we closed it. No, nobody really noticed that it was gone. But if you'll look at the church that's there now, the Hispanic minister, he has got a real mission going and a real service. He talks to the people who are just here and don't know any English, and works with jobs and language and all kinds of things. And he'll tell you right up front that once they get language and once they get acclimated to the community and get a job, that they leave his church and go to another church. But he's okay with that, because
it's a
Has a
community
mission.
of
His mission
believers.
is fulfilled.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But
Yeah,
I
there.
think if it closed, somebody would be asking why.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
But nobody asked why Hope closed.
Yeah. Yeah, there was a lot there. I'm glad we all had something that we were like, man, that really stood out. That really was impactful. Where to begin, right? And as the facilitator, I guess I get to decide, right? Can we go down this rabbit hole of the P-free zone? Because I think that was something that all of us highlighted, or at least our attention was drawn to this, the 4 Ps that are P-free, right? That's on page 50.
Right.
Right.
In the middle.
So, and this is when the authors are talking about bridge events, which are connecting the church to the community, right? The bridge events should be held outside the church and preferably off-site. We need to remove as many barriers as possible for the unchurched. Sometimes the actual church facility itself is a barrier for folks. By going to the people rather than having the expectation for them to come to us, we remove a possible barrier. Other barriers we need to remove to be able to build relationships with those in our community include no preaching, no prayers, no pocketbooks, and I like this last one the most, no pressure. No pressure events, right? We refer to this as providing a P-free zone for bridge events. So, how does hearing that make you feel? Like what are your thoughts when you hear we're gonna like when I hear that? I'll give you my reaction. In the church, this is all the stuff that we want, right? We want preaching. We want prayer. We want pressure because that keeps us going forward. That keeps us growing and learning. So to have an event that has none of those things, it doesn't seem like it's a church event. Right? So that's my first reaction is what? But it makes sense, and the idea of barriers. We like these things because we're Christian and we thrive on this mentality. But it's for someone who hasn't gone to church, doesn't go to church, isn't necessarily a church person. Yeah, I could imagine all of those things being a barrier preventing me from wanting to come,
I
right?
think that people anticipate and brace themselves against these things.
Yeah.
When's it gonna happen? When are they gonna approach me?
When are they
When
gonna
are they
send
gonna
the
start
basket
preaching
around?
at me?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
When are they gonna lay hands and start praying on me, you know?
When are they going to call me a sinner, right?
Yeah.
When will I have to open my pocketbook?
Yes, and that was another part
Yes.
that I
Yeah.
highlighted, and we can
Yes.
talk about that later if we want. But that was another thing was we're asking the people that we're reaching out to help to pay for the
for it.
thing that
But
they are
they're-
getting help with.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the mission dinner thing that they had, yeah.
Yes. So what are your reactions to this idea? Like,
You know, when you think about it, most events, like if there's food, there's probably gonna be a prayer beforehand.
mhm.
That might be off-putting to people who are unchurched, and yet I would think that they would anticipate that there would be a prayer.
Right? Yeah.
But it's the same
It can be a
way,
short, sweet, you know, it
Yeah.
can be rub-a-dub-dub, thanks for the grub, yay
That's-
God.
right.
Right.
Well, and,
I mean, that's
and I'm
church
thinking,
camp.
even, you know, even if it is not a meal, you know, at the end of the event, there may be somebody who is giving some sort of a blessing or a benediction or a farewell message that, you know, and, you know, so I'm thinking those two things are kind of, anybody within the church would certainly expect that. You would not expect that there would be a meal,
Without
whether it was
some kind-
inside this church or outside
Wow.
wiener roast out there. You would think that maybe before we start roasting the wieners, There's
But like
always
she
gonna
said,
be
there,
something
there, there can be a difference in the prayer and what your,
well, the message within the
The
prayer.
intensity of
A
Yeah.
it.
blessing for the food as
Yeah.
opposed to.
to,
Oh,
An
sorry.
outright prayer.
yeah, that we're gonna, like you said.
Yeah, help
pray-
convert these
pray-
people.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, a prayer for
Blessing, May I
conversion.
mention a blessing? I
Yes.
can actually read that.
Amazing.
We didn't have both eyes
Much
done
rejoicing.
at the same time.
No, I just had one.
Firing on all cylinders,
I just had
right?
that done? Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see it.
Excellent. So,
And you know, and.
P3 zone,
and
brace
prayers-
yourself,
prayers-
right?
Prayers can be all kinds of things. It can be a sung prayer. There's one to the Edelweiss tune
Yeah.
that we could do. There's all kinds of.
Well, and to
you
me,
know,
part of it, to have it,
a little more friendly than just.
to not have to how do I want to say this? Somehow we have to acknowledge the fact that we're having this event because we're Christians and we care about our community and we care about you as people. And the reason we're here is because we love God
Mm-hmm.
and we love you. Because we love God, we love you. Or because we,
God.
you know,
Yeah.
that somehow, if you're just going to have a fun event and get to know, I don't know.
See, I
See,
think
there
there has
seems
to
to
be.
be a-
I do, I know, it's, I keep thinking, am I just holding on too tight? But I do believe that there has to be, that there should be some sort of
But
a
it has to be
thankfulness, a
done,
gratitude.
yeah.
A gratitude showing, we're grateful that you were here, or,
Well, I think
Yeah.
it needs to be said out loud that we are representing St. Matthew, just like all of the good people that are in the community,
Mm-hmm.
and people aren't associating them with St. Matthew. There's no way, if we're not on site, that they would associate that event with St. Matthew
Unless we told
unless
them.
we told them.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, and if you invited someone to your home, they would know, I'm going to the Howard House.
Uh-huh.
Or the Howards are, you know, are hosting this event. So I don't think that that's necessarily, you know, shoving religion down there. It's
Mhm.
informative,
Right, yeah.
you know, and then it's really kind of a, this is who we are.
Yeah.
And, you know, I think
I
just
mean-
saying a quick blessing, thank you for your food and thank you for these people,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And call it
you
done.
know?
And,
No.
and yeah.
And that's
The
all
idea
it
is
needs to do.
connection.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you don't
Exactly.
have to connect some way, if you
Right.
don't say who
That's
you are,
right.
then
Yeah.
Yeah.
how do you
but
connect?
you
Yeah.
know, I guess I took that differently, because the things that were off-site, I assumed that those were things that were still going to be publicized,
Mhm.
that they were, St. Matthew is sponsoring a such and so at the TPA Park, or
Mhm.
at Dorner Park, or
Yeah.
at Camp Colum, or at someplace
Or
else.
like when we passed out water at the fair, the sign said
Right.
Yeah.
St. Matthew.
So you don't
Sure.
have to
Here's
say,
free water.
here's
Yeah.
water from St. Matthew, they
Right.
already know it, they see
Right.
it,
They
they
see the
may not
sign.
read it, they may not care, but they wouldn't care if you
But
told
they're
them
thirsty,
anyway.
they'll take your water.
That's right,
Mhm.
they're gonna take your water, so.
Yeah.
And they don't have to jump through any hoops to get that
Yeah.
water.
There's no
Yeah.
barriers there.
And that's
They
the
don't have to
pressure
pay
part.
for this water,
Yeah.
right?
What do I have to do for
Yeah,
this
the
water?
barriers.
Yeah. What barriers are preventing people from being here?
Yes.
And that's an important question to consider and ask, is what barriers do people have, and what barriers in the community even are there?
And what barriers do we as a church oftentimes create?
Right. What
Yeah.
we build walls oftentimes
Had-
intentionally.
Yeah, having taught over on the other side at Suncrest, I can tell you that it was intimidating for some of those families to even think about coming here. It was across town on the other side of town, and
Mhm.
and it was a big church, and it was a wealthy church, and it was
Mhm.
very. I got only maybe a couple of my families who ever came and visited, and they didn't stay.
Mm.
And if we had a bus,
We could go
Right.
drive them all the way over.
Because
And
that also is a good point. What barriers are preconceived about us that we have no control over?
Yeah.
yes.
And-
We have to get over that.
Yeah.
And if you're doing the bus, the first ones you take are the kids.
Absolutely.
Mhm.
And then once the parents see the kids are comfortable and the kids are having an okay time, that, because that happened in Terry's office all the time. Parents would bring their kids first. if their kids liked them, then the parents would come.
Yeah, and you have
know.
to embrace that.
So the kids were
Yeah.
a definite way of bridging that gap. And you
Yes.
just scoop them up and love them to death.
Because the kids may not have the preconceived
Mm-hmm.
barriers.
Just scoop them up and love them to
Yeah.
death. But
So, yeah, still on the topic of these P-free zones, how do we then create a good mix of these events? Because we can't just have a P-free zone. That's a good bridge event, as they call it. That's a good way to do community outreach with maybe the unchurched or the other members of the community. But then, how do we balance that? We can't just have infinite hangout sessions with people, or cookouts, or board game days, or what have you. But then after that, right? After that initial contact, after this event, this initial
and they
P-free
didn't tell
zone.
us what they were.
Well,
Yeah.
I kept
Right.
looking in here and thinking, I don't see what they're telling us these.
I mean, the thing
things
that,
are.
they spent quite a bit of talking about after they talked about this P3, these bridge events is just having the event. I mean, he says the follow-up is critical and must be timely. If you don't have a follow-up system and plans to implement it, don't have the event. If you're not fully committed to the follow-up, then you're not ready to hold the event.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
And I think we have done that. We have events, or we have something, and we had it.
And it's not just.
And
And
then
we
we dropped the ball.
Yeah,
We dropped
and
the
we're,
Goodbye now.
Yeah, and it's
But-
not just that first note back, it's a follow-up that more than just one time.
well, and we've talked
It
about,
was a consistent follow-up, and, you know, you run the risk of people, of the word getting, I mean, you have to handle, I think that has to be handled very carefully, because you run the risk of people saying, don't ever go to that thing, because, boy, they hound you. Because that's how it was. It was a note, and then it was another note, and then it was a call, and then it was, let's go to lunch, or whatever, and then, I mean.
but did you feel hounded by the pastor that?
I haven't
was
heard from
texted
him
you?
since.
Okay, okay,
To continue this story,
Ah.
and the initial interaction was excellent. He gave me his number. He said I'd reach out for the service that was coming up, which ended up they completed it before I even got there, so I didn't even end up going to Mulch. But I have not heard since then. But I also haven't been back. So at that point, whose
yeah.
responsibility?
According to this, it'd be his.
It would be his,
He
right?
should have followed up. You were there in his church, not at a special
Uh-huh.
event, at a normal
At a normal service.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And he said, I'll be in touch. I will reach out. And you
Mhm.
had a very positive
Yeah, absolutely.
attitude about it. You
Yeah.
thought the guy, you had made a connection with
Absolutely.
him, that he had made a connection with you, that you were gonna hear from him right away,
Mhm.
and then that didn't
But
happen.
there
But the-
again,
it's-
it may be that here it was the pastor doing that.
Instead of the handoffs.
Yeah,
Instead of the handoff
instead of the
into-
handoff,
Mhm.
because one person can't do it
And I
all.
think he did. I think he did end up handing me off in a way, because he did connect me to this other guy, Lance, that was in charge of the mulching and the whatever the community activity was for the church, the
Yeah.
service.
Yeah,
So
Maybe Lance.
But
involved.
yeah,
but then 100 things could have happened.
Mhm.
yeah.
He could be on vacation. He could be
Right.
sick. There could be something
Yeah.
that
Well,
happened in
and
his
and it goes
family.
into that.
The key is not to feel like you've been handed off.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. that
You know,
too.
you have to do it in a way that,
Mhm.
I mean, it's, I have someone I want you to meet. I think you're really gonna connect, and I think, you're
Right.
gonna have a lot in common.
You need those personable
And
people
so,
that
technically,
know
you
how
were
to do
handed
that.
off.
Yeah.
But it's with someone that has, a mutual interest or
Mhm.
something that you're gonna connect with. And so I think
Mhm.
that's key. If
This
you
ha-
felt,
Except the guy
Right.
said, "I will be in touch," or "I will."
Right. Yeah.
This happened to the both of us when we first moved back to town. We both had signed up for VBS. I was in the kitchen, Sherry was in the classroom. Sherry Beal handed us off to one another. And she said,
Unbeknownst to us. It was
Unbeknownst
such
to
a
us.
sly
she was
maneuver.
so sly. She came into the kitchen and said, I have someone I want you to meet. I think you two are gonna be great friends. I was like, oh, okay. And then she walked down the hall and
It
said to
snatched
Sherry,
me right out of the classroom.
and said the same thing.
Took me right to the kitchen.
Yes,
And we've been dear, dear friends ever since.
Yeah.
that's what it takes, right?
That's
Yeah.
all it takes.
Yeah, yeah.
A person,
Handoff.
a person that knows at least
Personalities
personalities and who
Yes.
would truly become good friends, right? Or who would
Keep
click,
up with
Click,
it.
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's that whole connectivity part.
Okay, so I have a little wet blanket to throw on this, in that we're talking about, you know, how we need to follow up with these new. We need to get our act together
So we have something. to
within. No, because we don't take care of each other that are already here
I have felt that same way.
very well.
You look
So-
at how many, there should be a whole bunch of having the parade cards, that bin ought to be as full as the other bin, and it's not.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So,
And if you look at the front pew, there's a whole front pew full of widows, and we don't have a widows group either.
You know, I have thought of that. There are-
Every Sunday, my heart
yes.
breaks for them.
Yeah.
that, and I think this is wonderful, but until we can practice it on ourselves, are we ready to?
Oh.
I don't feel like we're ready to go out,
I don't feel that
honestly.
we're anywhere close to being ready.
Yeah, because if you get them here, then
What
what's
are you
here
gonna
to
do
keep
with
them
them?
here?
Yeah.
I think is what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's say a family comes in, do you have any children's programs right now that offer that? What are you gonna offer? It's like, hey, come to dinner, but I have no food.
Yeah.
Go to the grocery store.
But-
today.
Come to dinner, but bring your own.
Well,
You know.
Yes, oh, you're a
Everything,
widow?
yeah.
Oh, you sit over here.
Yeah.
But there's nothing else.
And you know, I filled out that focus form that he had in there on that but one page, and I had a real hard time finding anything to put in there. I have a little box down here of things we used to do, that we don't do, but I had to sit for the longest time to even fill anything in here.
But
Yeah.
then here again, you've got the chicken and the egg thing, because we can't have children's ministries unless we have
My
children.
Uh-huh.
If
So,
we had a bus,
but
we
how
could
do
go
you get
scoop 'em
children if you don't have children's ministries? You
Just
know,
keep on.
it's like,
Emphasizing the bus.
Yes, for people who can't get here, if we had a bus, you
Right.
know.
Yeah.
And then it'll get us some children, we would.
How exactly does that work? I mean,
Which
what,
work?
this bus is just gonna loop around town
Hey,
and
this-
loop
you
You
around
would
and
be
loop around
surprised,
and
that's
you get.
exactly how it works.
Huh?
And parents put their children on the
That
bus
bus.
Yeah,
and
but
let
I
a
mean-
stranger drive them away.
Yeah.
That's how it works.
It is.
It
And then
does.
you get them and you feed them.
And if you, and you
You
make
embrace
sure
them.
that you put someone on that bus who can be jovial and sing and
And
do
you-
magic tricks or whatever kids like.
Yeah.
And you might only have 5 the first time, the next time you'll have 10, because the kids will spread the word.
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Yeah.
But you love on them, you feed them, you give them a little Bible story and a craft, then you give them something to take home, like cookies or something, so mom and dad can see that they're getting cookies.
I had
It wasn't
mentioned
a
to Mary
complete
Kate
waste of time.
maybe next year for Vacation Bible School, instead of picking a church to have Vacation Bible School at, have a Vacation Bible School in
TPA.
TPA Park or Circle Park.
The-
I mean,
the
at
Harvard
each one of the parks.
Eagle
Do a
Harvest
day in
had
each
their
of the parks.
last one before COVID, they had in Circle Park.
Yeah.
And they had like 20-25 kids that just came from the neighborhood.
Yeah.
And came to their Vacation Bible School. Eagle Harvest did
Yeah.
that.
Hmm.
But
And
doing,
then COVID hit.
And that wouldn't have been classified as their neighborhood, their, you know.
Yeah.
Geographics,
Yeah,
they're
Yeah.
demographic.
Yeah,
But see, that's the beauty of the bus.
Yeah.
You're not limited to your immediate demographics.
Mm-hmm.
Although right now, we are right next door to this huge apartment complex.
and the other, and the
And
other
then we've got the senior
Friendship
living
Village and
village over
and
here
Wilshire
across the
Courts
street.
and, yeah.
We
So
did-
it's not like we're
we
isolated, you
used to
know.
have, we used to have dinners on the side of the church there with,
Yes, I remember
and,
that.
and we, and it was just a hot dog and some chips, but we would go and sit and talk. That's how I met some of the people who lived there.
Mm-hmm.
But are there any children in any of these places?
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
my
yeah.
granddaughter is.
Yeah.
In these, over here?
Turtle Creek, yeah.
Oh, okay.
The school bus
But
stops out
again, then you're
front.
back to the follow-up. They come to the,
Yeah.
now what happens?
Yeah.
Right.
And
I
that's
thought-
where we've not,
This was fun on page 51. My mother, bless her soul, would just have a fit with this. This follow-up, each bridge event, there needs to be a method to collect names, and then down further, this is usually accompanied by having some sort of drawing.
Yeah.
It's like a lottery or something.
Raffle.
Oh my
It's gambling.
gambling. My mother would say, "Oh, what are you nuts?"
yeah.
You know, there
I would
has to
say,
be.
what are you nuts? Never mind the old mothers.
Shoot, when I
No,
taught
really.
Sunday school,
But
they
to
would let
get-
me play Bible trivia with a dice. They made me play it with a spinner.
Well, I
A
know
dreidel?
guys,
Did you have to
a
use a
few years
dreidel?
ago, I forget which high school it was, but the after prom was casino night. It was like,
Oh, a
was
lot of
that
them do
someone
that.
you
yeah.
knew over at Clinton Central? I think it was Clinton Central,
Maybe,
or was
yeah.
it Frankfurt?
I don't remember.
Like
I think it
casino
was
night.
Frankfurt actually.
Casino night,
A
hello.
lot of them do that.
It's ridiculous. Why not have a brothel?
Hey, don't suggest.
Pretty big jump from casino night.
That's way too close.
Brothel.
Let's have a speakeasy.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, okay. Bunny ears. Let's reel it back in.
Reel it back in. Pet peeve of mine,
But-
casinos.
But I think that's an
There are a whole
important.
lot of people.
There are towns that
Yeah.
have proms that have breathalyzers when they come, and you have to take passive breathalyzer before you can even get in.
Yeah.
So,
Especially,
I mean,
yeah.
that's the
Times have
reality.
changed, yeah.
That's the reality.
But I like that you brought that up. What is our method of collecting names, and is it intuitive? Because I know that we have the attendance sheets in the pews, but
Those of us who come all the time.
who, like, if you're new here, who's telling you,
No one.
oh, you need to sign in? Right? Who, if you're new here and you don't know
If
the
they're in
layout
my-
of the
if they're
pew,
in
that
my
there
pew,
is a sheet where you can leave your contact information, how would you know that it's there?
And even,
The only reason I know is because every week I saw you guys get it out and pass it down.
Somebody passes it to you,
Some-
and then you
yeah.
look at it, and you realize, you
Right,
open it,
yeah.
and you're like, I mean, it is intuitive once you open it up.
Right.
and-
but even when I would pass it down to somebody who was new and they didn't know, I would get it and I'd sign it and then I'd pass it back to them for them. They just put their name.
Right.
They didn't put a phone number, an address.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
People are savvy to all that. I mean, how many, in the high-tech world that we live in, people are very careful about giving out any confidential information. I don't want you to have my phone number or my address. I don't
Right.
want you to have, and they're hip to the hop. They know why you're taking that.
And
You
yet,
wanna, let's just face it, it's so, Mary Jo can run around the pew and look to see who the little man is.
I know.
You
just sit in the
know,
same
I
row.
know 5 people in that pew and I don't know him. He's gotta be the one named.
Mary Jo,
Brad.
here's what you need to
The
do.
mystery man.
Go talk to Eva Banks. She will tell you who he is.
Okay.
Eva
How will
knows
she
all.
know?
Because Eva knows. Eva knows everyone.
Eva knows everyone.
She does, and she'll tell you their history. Because I mean, that's what I did. It was like, okay, I don't know this person. Go ask Eva, and so
No, she'll
But that's,
She'll
but
know.
Charles, that is a good question, because
How-
you say no pressure, and people are reluctant to give that information out.
pressure.
Right.
How do you identify those folks for follow-up? And
without
if you just
pressuring
set
them.
a paper on the
Uh-huh.
table, they're not gonna fill it out.
Right.
Yeah.
So it is I think that is a pivotal question on
And,
these events, is
I mean-
how do you follow up with
You know, I
people?
mean, maybe it could be one of those things where your, what is it, the care team or whatever it is, the follow-up team, that after your event, and all you ask for is their name. So I pull out the name and Dan is gonna get the prize, okay? and you haven't put down any other contact information. So maybe your team gets together and we say, okay, here are the names that we have. Okay, well, we know Sherry, she's in she's a member, and, you know, you pull those people out. Now, these are the people that we have left. Who knows? Does anybody know this person? Do we know anybody that might know this person? And then try to find somebody within your own congregation that says, would you happen to know?
Because if you ask, you're not gonna get.
And that's right. If I call as a total stranger and ask this person, I know that you were at this event that St. Matthew sponsored. I mean, they're not gonna.
Or they probably won't even answer, they don't recognize your number.
Right.
Or whatever. Yeah.
So, I mean, you know,
This is guilty
you
of that.
somehow
Right.
would have to find somebody. One person told me one time, you know, it's a book. You already know all the people that you'll ever need to know, and it's kind of the LinkedIn idea. I don't have to know Mary Jo. I just have to know, I have to know Eva Banks. Eva Banks can connect me to Mary Jo, or Eva Banks can connect whoever. You already know all the people you need to know, because you know somebody who would know somebody who knows somebody who's related to somebody who can help you, whatever it is you need.
Then why isn't the church
I
growing?
like the idea of that book. It was called "You Already Know Everyone You."
Let's see,
need to
what was
know.
the name of it?
If that is the case,
I'm not sure that that's the title of it.
But I'm sure if I
read the
Googled
book,
it,
but
I
it's
could
close
find
to that,
it.
and I can't
which
even
is a
remember the author.
great in theory, but then if that's the case, then what's the problem?
But it happens with LinkedIn. That's how LinkedIn works.
Mhm.
I know you, and you know 20 people, and I know 20 people, and each of those people know 20 people, and then all of a sudden we're all in this cloud network type thing.
A network, yeah.
Where we all have the commonality of whatever it is.
Whatever
and
my
then-
profession is, or
Yes,
whatever
it's a
profession I'm looking to
professional.
go into.
So
Mostly
why couldn't
Yes,
you use
mostly
that
professional.
formula?
Pairing
Power of
employers
Who.
to employees. The Power of Who.
The Power of Who by Bob Beaudine, Beaudine.
That
Why
might
can't
be
we
right.
use
I
that
think I
same
also read
formula
another
to-
one.
Yeah.
It was a different one, but it's
You have
probably
to
the same
execute
thing.
it, I guess.
It's the idea that you already know
Right.
In
You
the
only
corporate
have to
world,
know.
Maybe
5 or 10
they're not
people.
as going.
Yeah.
But each
They
of those
put the
people
profile
Knows
knows
5 or 10.
And
Yeah.
now all of a sudden,
Yeah.
you have a huge community.
Yeah, the Power of Who. You already know everyone you need to know.
Interesting.
Okay.
I'll have to check that one out. That sounds right up my alley.
Just for an update, I'm still reading Radical.
Yeah?
I just finished reading the chapters on giving away everything you own.
Yeah.
Little tough read.
A little
Right,
bit.
yeah,
Was that
yeah.
radical for you?
Yeah, talk about radical. Right.
But it makes sense. So.
Right, yeah, that's the thing that I loved and hated about the book when I read it. Is like, this is so compelling, and I hate it. You know? Okay. So I'm gonna circle us back together. We're gonna move on to the next section of discussion and discovery, but I'm gonna use the question from the first section. So on page 48, there's a quote, and I actually highlighted this one as well. Don't just think you know your mission field. Know for certain that you know your mission field.
Yeah.
And that's where this next branch of the discussion is going to go, is has our church identified our targeted mission field?
What page was that on?
It's
48.
48. It's
It is.
the second full paragraph,
Mhm.
about in the middle. And then they have the cautions. Did
Right,
you
yeah.
highlight that?
Mhm.
The first caution, make sure you are looking at your immediate neighborhood.
Mhm.
And the second caution was, you must first relationally connect with your mission field. So those were cautions, but, you know, and then I like, the days of if you build it, they will come are over.
That was interesting too.
Just the days of just get the right program going and they will come are over, which is basically, I mean, that's part of what Randy was saying, that, was it
Lyle Schaller.
Yeah, when
Yeah.
he was here,
Yeah.
and that was his message, was you have to have the Sunday school classes, and what he was saying is there has to be a follow-up. You know, if you get them into the church and they come to the sermon, there needs to be something beyond that, whether it's donuts and discuss the sermon or whatever it is. I mean, you know, there has to be something.
Yeah.
I think, maybe I'm wrong, I think, I got the idea, we're supposed to be, I don't think we're to the point of going out and doing any of that and yet. I think we're just supposed to be trying to understand the concept of this. I think it's way too early. Am I wrong?
Well, and part
I
of
think it's
it
too
is-
early to, you're putting the cart before the horse if we go out and try to figure out, okay, we're gonna, you know, the YMCA and the high school and the this and the that, or the middle school, and we're gonna focus on those.
But
or-
part of it is as we're looking at things that we start shifting the idea of holding events, you know, focusing back on our purpose. If we do something, what are we doing it for? Who are we doing it for? So as we move forward, we can start shifting our thinking about how and why we do things. That we, you know, no, we're not ready to go out and, you know.
But to even define a mission field or who our immediate neighborhood is or whatever. I mean, I just don't think we're there yet.
But I think we can still take small steps. Like I look at that Brianna's Hope group, I think they're right for an alpha course. And I think we could do an alpha course and see if we could get them to come to an alpha course, which is truly awesome. And so I think if we could start with little things like that, we might build up to where we're
I think
comfortable.
those alphas, that was pretty,
No, it was-
those are pretty intense, and I don't, they might be in a year or two, but I don't think they're ready for that yet. I mean, I think it's
This
just
group is,
getting them to the door and in right now, right?
they are,
We need to be careful, because I think the only door that they can,
Yeah.
they going through that door, so they
Yeah.
may be coming through here.
they have a stronger, they express their faith more openly and freely and energetically than most of the people at St. Matthew do.
It's excellent.
I mean, they are,
So then, yeah, we
they
need
they
to follow
are
through.
excited to be Christians,
Yeah.
and that's what has saved them. That's where they are in their
Absolutely.
life. It's just,
I mean, makes me think
if
of Paul's
if you want to
testimony.
hear preaching, you sit down in there some Thursday evening when you're not in here.
Yeah.
And I think that would involve some of the congregation too, because
Right.
in Alpha, besides the kitchen and the person who leads it, you have people at the tables with them. And I think that would involve the congregation too, and it would be a nice connection with St. Matthew people.
So Janine, is the Thursday meeting a church service for them?
Kind of.
Well, are they not invited to our Sunday service?
Not comfortable yet.
Yeah, some have. We actually just found out, like, the women from We Care come, but if you're at We Care, you go to their church. So there is a specific church that they're kind of required to go to live there. So
Which churches?
the Pilgrim Holiness David Fry's church. So they're kind of
Locked in.
already locked in there just by virtue of the way the program is structured.
I see.
This may be a
So-
rabbit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe
No,
around.
no, it's all good.
No, what
But-
I'm saying, this may be a bunny trail, but
Uh-huh.
wasn't it interesting, the one thing that they did where they decided that it'd be like if St. Matthew and St. Mary and the Nazarene Church, let's say, all decided they were gonna do one event together?
Uh-huh.
Or that
Well, I mean,
one-
we do Vacation Bible School that way.
Vacation Bible School recently, and then,
And then
the Lenten breakfasts, we pair up with several churches through the
Yeah.
community for those, at least. Those are the ones that
And
off
the
top of
youth
my
group
head I can
now
think of.
is
Yeah.
interdenominational.
Yeah.
But one of the things that I
Community-wide,
Do what?
Sunday coming up.
at the hot dog festival
Yeah,
So that event,
they did
that's,
that
2 years ago.
2 years ago. That's actually a pretty nice.
That was a
It
great
is a nice-
service.
And
yes.
it's
Yeah.
nice to see everybody,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah. One of the things I underlined in here was, as we look at things we might look at doing, or what are the missing services in our community? What, and I mean, the widow support group is one thing, but, and we've talked about this before of, I mean, there's, you know, parenting your parents, or the sandwich generation, or,
Yeah.
empty nesters, or preparing for retirement, beyond financially, your time, how, you know, there's a lot of things that,
Well,
That we could fill. that we
yeah,
could- we
yeah,
could
where
address.
where people, and they talked about that in somewhere,
Yeah.
meeting people where they're struggling.
Their needs are.
Where
And
their
I think
needs are.
that's part of learn your demographics.
Yeah.
is You have to learn what
What are people struggling?
people's
What do they need
needs
help?
right
Yeah.
now. You know, and I think that we've had good programs in the past.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Dave Ramsey was
Mom
one of
Time
them.
comes to
I was gonna
to
say,
mind.
Yeah.
that one was one, financial freedom class,
Yeah.
Financial peace.
And that came right at the
Yeah.
right time for us. It was right before we retired, and it just made everything easier in retirement.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
I still do envelopes.
Nice. I'm going to interject here with another quote, another kind of connection to what we were talking about, and it does relate to the notes here. The bullet points underneath that don't just think about or think you know your mission field, know for certain that you know your mission field. The 3 bullet points are collect data, confirm that data by immersing yourself in the community, and then connect in relationships before inviting the community to your church. Right? And so those are like the 3 steps that they suggest. And I liked, we were talking about like data, right? At the PLC teacher conference a couple weeks ago, you might remember me talking about it. There was this quote, in God we trust, or place your hope in God, for everyone else needs data, right?
I always use that at work.
yeah.
Trust everybody else bring data.
Right, exactly. And that's the first time I've heard that quote, but it's true in the church as well as anything else. In God we trust, everyone else needs data. Don't trust anyone else unless they can back it up. And I think that also, just from what I'm hearing and from being in the church, I think that this data piece is really what is lacking, or at least we have the data, but nobody's analyzed it or interpreted it or said, well, what's the demographic data show? Or what does the numbers of the church, what information have we collected? Because we have the whole reason we're here is because we've noticed a downward trend in the population of the church, and we want to reinvigorate that passion. So then what does the data show in the community? And I like that we're talking about the needs of the community. How can we then place ourselves within those needs and address
And
those
the
needs?
schools have that good data, because every time when we did one of our reports or one of our grant writing or
Mhm.
anything else, that was the data we had to put in our demographics.
Right.
So that each one of the schools will have a good grip on what their demographics
Mhm.
are around their school.
Yeah. So maybe thinking about if we're moving forward, a potential connection are the teachers in the community, or connecting Pastor Phil to, someone in the community, someone in the school system that would know that information. Maybe not. I don't know what that even looks like.
They
If that's
have
even
a
a.
grant writer anymore? They used to have one to Soup's office.
I
Maybe.
think that's something that when we get through this phase 1, that's something that the conference helps us do, is get our data and help us look at it, and
I mean, we have census data too, right?
Yeah,
Like that's
yeah.
another. We don't have to go just to the schools to get this
Yeah.
data, but we also have information through
The
census.
book
and
even mentioned
I don't know if it was on that, on data collection, but there was some model they mentioned that they used, if I remember.
Oh yeah,
More than
I noticed that and was like, maybe we should look into. It's almost, if I remember correctly, it was right at the beginning.
The conference
They've
used.
talked more than once about, like, interview your government officials, your
Mhm.
mayor, interview the sheriff and the chief of police, interview the library, interview, you know.
Under prescriptions on page 59, under example 2, research and act upon the felt needs of people in your community and opportunities for services through interviews. So that's where you've.
On what page?
49, sorry.
49, okay,
Under
okay.
prescriptions.
Yeah, I got
Under
it,
example 2, number 1.
yeah.
Say it again.
Page 49, under prescriptions,
Mhm.
example 2.1.
Point 1, research and act upon the needs.
And then it says to interviews with local officials, police
Mhm,
chief, fire
yeah.
chief, council members, local
School
public health
superintendents and
department,
principals.
Mhm.
school. Mhm.
Yeah, those interviews are huge.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, businesses do interviews to figure out whether what product they're creating, if it's even a necessity to make. They
Well,
interview to see if this is what you
Right.
need,
How
right?
many Dollar Generals have popped up in these small communities that
Mhm.
need a place to get milk and bread?
Right.
They saw this, it's
For
gonna
$1.
take you, it takes you 30 minutes or 20 minutes to get to Frankfurt from Kirkland, and all you need is milk and bread. Let's put a Dollar General there.
I know.
And if you notice, those Dollar Generals carry more groceries
Mhm,
than
than anything
any
else.
of these
Mhm.
that
In
are
the town.
in bigger
And
communities.
we're supposed to be getting another one of those.
So we would have 3 in this community?
Mhm.
The Dollar General,
Mhm.
I wonder where that one's going.
I forgot.
Hmm.
And now
Somebody told me, but I've
in
forgotten
Avon, where Katie lives, there's a Dollar General Fresh Mart. That's
Mm,
only groceries,
interesting.
because they have now
Mhm.
found that
That's-
need, and isn't that a marketing genius?
Right, yeah.
That strike when when it's hot.
But how awesome that they have that option instead of before their only option was,
The
the
gas
gas
station,
station.
that's right.
Which charged twice as much as
Yeah.
well,
we pay.
and look at
And
the
those
quality of food
people
you
that,
get, yeah.
that don't have transportation,
Yeah,
I wonder about, used to be Southside Elementary School is now the retirement, and
And where'd they go?
where did they go to get milk and bread? If it's walking distance, then it's just that little
Then
gas
that
station.
Good, yeah. Well, I think
Wouldn't
there's
that be a
I think
good
there's
place?
there's a grocery there at that Good to Go or whatever it is.
So,
Used to be Acres, whatever it is.
Yeah.
on
there
Anyway, yeah.
again, it's associated with Wesley Manor, but if we had a bus, we would just pull in that Circle Drive and suck them out and bring them and love them up,
Uh-huh.
you
Yeah.
know?
Wesley
And the
Manor
bus
has
could
a bus.
even
Most people,
Other
take
churches
people
have buses. I don't know
to
what
the
they
grocery
do.
store, right? Like that could even be a ministry is
exactly, during
get
the
on the
week,
bus,
take
take
you to the dentist.
what every Tuesday, Friday
Every
or
Tuesday
whatever
is our day to take
is
you
our
to the
day
grocery
where
store.
you come to these locations. We'll pick you up, take you to the store. We'll wait for an
Absolutely.
wait for an hour and however many minutes, and then take you back, right?
We had, the Paul Philippi Resource Center has a whole fleet of buses.
Mhm,
but they're-
absolutely,
but
yeah.
they're not free.
They figured
Yeah.
it out
No, they're
though,
not.
didn't they?
Yeah, but they did.
There, it's
But you have
supply
to
and
pay for
demand,
those.
Uh-huh.
and it's definitely.
Yeah.
I
Yes.
found what I was looking for, it was specific, it said, it's talking about, don't just think you know your mission field, know for certain you know it. First collect the data, it says in the Missouri Annual Conference, they use Mission
Mission
Insight. for
Insight.
this. It's the middle of page 48.
Yeah.
Mission Insight
So that must be a,
website or some service.
some type of.
Kind of maybe like an adapt, or maybe not exactly an
Collection
adapt, but
service or
something.
something.
Somebody
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
figured out how they can get money from you to provide data to them.
collect
Well,
that
and it
data.
may be something I'll try to remember to our conference may have this already.
Mhm.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
they might have that available to
Yeah.
to use if you ask.
State and
Yeah.
county
That's a good
and
question.
stuff like that, yeah.
I'll see if I can research that.
Mission Insight.
For the last 4 minutes, I've been writing off my head and looking in here some, and I have 6 or 7 widows.
Oh,
Eh,
a
8,
few of them.
yes. If
Mhm.
we had a bus, think
Mhm.
of what we could do with the widows.
And
We can
and
have
those-
outings.
They're here, they don't need a bus.
There's, if you.
They go do their own.
I know, but the Y doesn't need a bus with the Sparklers group, they can all drive themselves too, but
And
sometimes
sometimes they
all go
do.
together, right?
Oh, they do,
So,
they team up.
yeah, so
They,
we
They-
just
they-
need a bus
yeah,
for so many things.
well, they're different, like the Y bus, the reason that, for the sparklers, riding on that bus, my knees were, I mean,
It was made for
oh
children.
man, it was a bus for children and it was not comfortable for an adult, and riding very far, that was very uncomfortable. I had to sit sideways and put my knees on the,
Mhm.
But I agree with you, Jean. It is all, it's nice and all to go out in the community, we may think we know the community, but once we bring people in, what are we gonna do with them?
Mhm.
Right now, we're in a dire strait situation, I believe. And if we don't figure out a way to turn it around and remedy this path and bring all of us back
Mhm.
into the fold, we're, you know,
it might be important to get the people that used to be here a year ago or a year and a half ago, get them back in. But as Phil said, I mean, right now, the numbers are going in the wrong direction again, and,
We may, I
this
know.
problem started before the pandemic.
right,
Uh-huh.
That's
Right.
the issue.
Yeah.
right.
Well,
but
and we,
That didn't
The
help.
the pandemic just
Yeah.
let everybody, just like Wendy said, I like staying home, having my coffee and being in my pajamas and listening to the radio,
Yeah.
you know, or watching it on, and I don't even have to I'm not locked into Sunday morning now. I can watch it anytime I want, and I can watch multiple services
Mhm.
anytime you want,
Mhm.
so.
Right, that you're missing something if you don't come to the sanctuary.
well,
I
and
do
that's,
think that when,
If you're not
I
with
mean,
the
like
congregation.
what Albie is saying, when we, invite them for dinner, we don't have food for our own family here.
Mhm.
We need to go grocery shopping seriously to sustain our own church and the people that are already here. We're starving here.
Mhm.
So, and I know, the old saying is, it starts at home, charity starts at home, but we've got to have something in place.
Mhm.
So I know you're not supposed to put the horse before the cart, I know you're supposed to go people first, you can't look at the programs, but you really seriously have to have something for them when they walk in the door.
Mhm.
well, and part of that's gonna have to come from, I think we've gotten, people need to have permission to come up with things that they would like to see happen and make them happen. We've kind of, it feels like we've kind of waited for, Pastor Phil needs to do this, or the staff need, Mary Kay will come up with an idea. We've lost our sense of, I think we need to have a class on this. Let me look up some material and see if I can find something, and we'll just start one.
Mhm.
So like we need to maybe approach a widow and say, would you wanna gather up some of your friends and meet
Yes.
on
Yeah,
Tuesday
Sunday
morning
school
or
class.
whatever?
Would you like a widows group? Let's
I think-
brainstorm
Ask
of
the
all the
question.
things
Right.
that we think, just to start it
What
off.
would a widows group look like
Yes.
to you? What
Yeah.
would you need out of that kind of?
Right.
Yeah, how
absolutely.
can we support you?
Meet
Right.
them where they're at.
Meet them
Yeah.
where they are. Would you like a widows group? There are a number of things we could write down in a survey. We
Mhm.
could start off with 10 or 12. It would give us a
baseline.
Baseline.
Yeah.
And something I've been thinking about up here, we've been wondering, well, putting the cart before the horse, how do we do this? Have we considered a two-pronged approach where we do both? We don't have to put the cart in front of the horse. We could have the cart lead the let the horse carry the cart together, right? Like they can
Yeah.
both move together. We don't
Yeah.
have to think we can only have the resources to do one. We only have the resources to do the other. I think there's a way that you can navigate.
Both.
Well, we need programs. And that's the thing. That was the first session. Are we programs or right? Program or mission, vision, and core values, like program versus preference, or I forget what exactly it
And we
said.
said we were programmed.
And we were program driven, at least in the past.
Now
But
we're
now
gonna
we're
look at
thinking, yeah,
Maintenance or mission.
maintenance or mission, right? And that question then becomes, well, we need the ideas and we need the brainstorming and we need something. So at the very least, we can do something, even if it's not perfect, even if it's not a well-established program. But at the same time, we can continue to do outreach and continue to get people and set up some of these task forces. I like that use of the word task force, right? You
Well,
here
and it, I mean,
can do this.
the widows group, it may start with the group here, but this is just the widows we know.
Yes.
Right.
They know other people in the
Right.
And then
community,
they
so,
can invite them and
so,
say,
you know, it starts here, but it expands from there.
They will invite people.
right, and I
Yes.
think the key is they have personal input
Yeah.
on the group that
It's about
their
them.
needs are gonna be met.
Yeah,
Just like we were talking with this group here, they're chomping at the bit, they're ready, let's ask them.
Mhm.
What do you want?
yeah,
What are you hungry for? What are you thirsty for?
yeah.
How can we provide that? How can we help you with that? And let them have input on that. Instead of us trying to read their mind and figure out
Yeah.
what their needs are, let's just ask them what their needs are.
That's
And give them
the whole
direct
talking
input.
about being in relationship first. You
Encourage
develop that
them to be involved in
relationship.
the planning,
So,
like the
yeah.
planning of it, instead of, you know,
They
us
have
being the host
ownership.
and they're invited.
Yeah,
Invite them to be part of the planning session and the ground floor on some of this stuff.
They need to have ownership.
Oh, that's a good word right there.
Well, huh?
They need to have
Ownership.
Ownership.
direct input.
and that's true of all groups.
Yes.
Whatever the group is, needs to have ownership.
On the survey should be, do you want a bus?
Yes.
That'll
A
be,
church bus.
no matter what survey we send out, every survey for whatever group, the last question is going to be, if we had a bus, would you use it? What are your thoughts on a church bus?
Again, for the 80th time.
And let's make sure the microphone picks it up. What do we think about a church bus?
Let us spell it for you. C-H-U-R-B-U.
Excellent.
But it's not only, back up to the bus, not only just to bring people here, but it's to, like, let's say, take the bell choir to an
Wesley
event.
Manor,
So it's
or-
to
yeah.
take us out there as well as take
You're
the-
positive about
Absolutely.
the choir.
Or the
Oh,
youth
We need
group.
transportation.
Yeah.
Or the
You know?
youth group are going to
And we
build,
could-
it's gonna go to Pine
And we could
Creek
decorate
Camp.
it. We could have St.
We could
Matthew's
be in the
big.
parade.
It could be the love bus, right? It could be, you know, okay.
Yes.
All right, yes, thank you for the bunny ears. Let's,
Matchmaker.com down the street,
I'm-
load the widows.
all right. Whew. We digress. I'll ask this question. We won't answer it, but something to ponder, and then I'll get this video prepared. But I like this question, and I guess it's the same thing twice, but worded, different focus. Are you a hands-on, engaged church in the mission field, or is your church just writing checks? And then the question right below that is, share a time when you were engaged hands-on in your targeted mission field on behalf of the church. Think
That's
about
the key, on behalf of the
on
church.
behalf of the church. Think about those things, and maybe we could come, because I know we have the video and then a discussion about the video. Maybe if we have time at the end, we can discuss that, okay? But I think that's a good question to consider. Share a time, or think when was the last time that you were engaged in a hands-on in your targeted mission field on behalf of the church? And I'll get this set up.
Ooh, I have a thought on that too. Okay.
Okay, here we go.
Well, shift number 4 is the shift from being attractional to being invitational. And in our resources, we're talking a lot about the events that we do and the fact that we're shifting from just being focused on events for ourselves to creating events that are specifically focused on our communities. I would challenge us to take that one step further, however, and think beyond just events to relationships. The idea being that if we are truly being invitational, we are creating opportunities for invitation through our relationships that are ongoing, not just for the purpose of inviting people to an event, but for the ongoing opportunity to build a relationship that ultimately leads people to faith in Jesus Christ. Those are invitations along a spectrum of opportunities, from coming to an event, attending some sort of a Bible study, coming to worship, or any number of things that we could do and be as the church. I want us to think in this shift about why we're building those relationships with people, and not so much about inviting them to come to be inside our church buildings, but also to be involved in relationships with us in a way that is redemptive, that isn't just about a one-shot thing where we can kind of pat ourselves on the back for being so welcoming and invitational, but for us to really think about, what does this mean for us to invest in people for the long term? Part of what we need to do in this shift from attractional to invitational is be comfortable leaving our buildings. We often think about, what can we do to get people in our buildings? How can we invite more people? How can we get them to come to us? What I'd like for us to think about in this shift is, how can we go to them? I used to do the training for our denomination's Open Hearts, Open Minds, Open Doors ministry, and one of the things I've said to thousands of churches all over the country is, our doors open both ways, folks. And so we need to not only think about how can we invite people in and welcome them appropriately, but what does it mean for us to really go through those doors and live an authentic life among the people of our communities in a way that it welcomes them and invites them into our lives in a really meaningful and intentional way, and ultimately gives us an opportunity to introduce them to faith in Jesus Christ. You may have seen the Rethink Church materials that have the message, church can happen anywhere. And that's one of my favorite messages of that ministry of our denomination, because it gets us to think about church other than being in our buildings. We're talking throughout these shifts about the institutional versus missional ways of looking at things. And the way I look at the idea of church happening anywhere is that it doesn't confine itself to our buildings and our properties, but church is all of us, and we are the church in the world in a way that helps people to understand who God is and gives us an opportunity to share our faith in Jesus Christ and the work of the Holy Spirit in our lives in a way that can be transformative for people.
It stops automatically. Okay. Session 4. Initial reactions.
He's dead on.
Absolutely. What did you think? I liked that institutional versus missional, right? Mm-hmm. When I speak with people who don't necessarily go to church, or if I get, especially in college, talking with people who didn't necessarily go to church or didn't grow up in a church community, the conversation tends to veer towards, well, I don't like the institution of religion, right? That's usually what happens whenever I have conversations with people about that, right? If it's someone who, you know, agnostic, atheist, whatever, the question veers toward, well, I just don't like the institutional religion. So that word caught me there, was it reminding me of some of the conversations I've had in the past with, well, I don't necessarily have anything against Christians. I don't necessarily have anything against X, Y, or Z group of people that are religious, but the institution itself to me seems too grandiose or hypocritical or not well intentioned, or especially if I'm talking about my historical friends, the people that were in the history department, they say, well, the church has done a lot of bad over the years, as well as some good, generally speaking, right? And that's where they get this idea of religion. And then it inevitably goes towards the Crusades, and how that was a tragic time on multiple levels for both the church and the people that the church devastated, right? So this transition from an institutional church to a missional church, I don't know necessarily where to go with that, but that transition was what I took away from this video. Yes.
Well, I'm just sitting here thinking, the old phrase, what would Jesus do? He didn't do his preaching and teaching, much of it. I mean, he went to the synagogue, but where was he at? He was on a mountainside. He was at weddings. He was at pools. He was on the road, so... the whole bring people into church thing is something that's been kind
counterintuitive. Yeah. Created by us.
Or comfort, or
yeah.
whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
So that's just one thought that crossed my mind.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I know there was an old parable of the lifeboat station. Do you remember hearing that story about the lifeboat station? And they were... Originally, the lifeboat station was to rescue people, and they would go out and and they would save people. But then
They built a nice clubhouse.
And
then they'd sit around and drink their beers and chit chat in the clubhouse, and they didn't go out anymore and save people.
Because they were, and the whole story, if you can look it up sometime, it's interesting because it's exactly what the church has done. We just kind of have become inward focused, which is what all this is trying to get us to rethink, and it's hard because it's been ingrained in us that this is church. You come on Sunday morning and you serve on committees. That's church.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Country club.
We don't want a lot of strange people in it, but because we're a group.
Yeah.
And don't ask us to go out and talk to anybody who's not one of us.
Yeah.
I remember one summer, Catherine came home from church camp and was irate because they had changed the name of the shoreside gathering place from, it was it Wesley? It was something, and now it was like the beach house.
Yeah.
And she's like, what's that? She was not happy. I
Yeah,
heard
nobody
that.
was. Nobody was happy,
You
if I
weren't
remember.
happy.
I heard it all. I
It was
heard
from
it all.
Cokesbury to the beach house, yeah. Yeah.
And then they took away this, and you couldn't meet with the groups anymore,
Mhm.
and I remember that was around the time when Pastor Zach thought about, we need to reevaluate this. Should we even be going to church camp?
Mm-hmm.
And then
Or
they
is
cut
there
the
a better
days,
option?
Yeah.
so that happens
Mhm.
often, no matter where you are. It becomes commercialized.
It becomes an
It
institution.
becomes an institution.
And they
Yeah.
change things so they don't offend anybody.
Yes, can't offend anyone.
You can't say Wesley,
Gosh, there's a world we live in.
It was distressing. None of them were happy. None of them. I mean, they got the message. I
Yeah.
know what you guys are trying to do here, and we don't like it.
Yeah. It's not. We're not here to have. Well, I mean, we're here to have fun. Obviously, it's
Yeah.
church
Go to
camp,
the
but
beach house.
we're not here to go to the beach house, right? If I wanted to go to a beach house, I would have gone on vacation instead of church camp, right? Yeah.
Sometimes you wonder when Jesus got upset in the synagogue and knocked over the money changers and things, what he would do now if he came into our churches.
Mhm. Yeah. Absolutely.
How would he feel?
You know, though, I think about this whole discussion of community, and I think there have been some things that I think of that group, the Live, Love, Serve group. I mean, I think that was an attempt to do some of that. I can remember there was a time when we used to take water and popcorn out to the people at the soccer games out back, you know, and that was a connection, I think, to St. Matthew is doing this, you know. So I think there have been some efforts over the years. Now, again, that whole thing of how do you follow up and what do you,
Yeah.
you know, that I don't know that issue was ever addressed.
Yeah.
But in terms of trying to go out into the community to do some things, I think there have been some effort over the years to try to do some of those kinds of things.
We just haven't figured out how to,
I would agree
Make
with you.
that
I think
connection.
the hope was that if you go out and you do it and they see that you're doing good things, they'll come.
Yeah.
And, you know, this is saying we need to do a little bit more than that, you know,
More
you need to have,
intentional with the
you need to
follow-up.
have, yes, more intentional.
And the-
You have to develop a relationship rather than just saying, here you go, cause,
That was
Yeah.
more the if you build it, they will come
Yeah.
approach.
Well,
Right,
Go
yeah.
out there and do it.
Yeah.
They'll
Well,
see the good
and-
things.
and
it
some
that
of
does
goes
those-
back to writing the check. You
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
really, basically, that's what it is.
And some of those programs, the barriers were within. I mean, I think back to what Albia had shared with Loaves and Fishes
Yeah.
program and some of the negative comments. That's a prime example of the barrier was within.
right.
So what
Taking
was
water
Loaves
and popcorn. Some of the church members didn't understand what we were trying to do, and there were some barriers and comments made and people alienated, and, you know, we've got to also tear down the barriers within before we can actually, you know, we're anticipating the ones from out in the community, but I think it kind of blindsides us when some of the barriers are our own church members that, you know.
But maybe again,
What was Loaves and
maybe
Fishes?
Loaves and
on?
Fishes needs to be not at St. Matthew. Maybe
Right.
it needs to
Right.
be at the neighborhood center
In the
or
neighborhood center
I
or
don't
at
know
the
why,
community center.
I remember, what was it?
It was a program that we had at our church in Logansport, and
Oh.
once a month, groups within the church would prepare a meal for those who needed food. It would be the choir, it would be a Sunday school class, so on and so forth. So when I came here, I felt like that was something that was lacking, to feed the hungry. And so I proposed it, and yes, we can do that, no problem. So we spent a great deal of time getting the groups ready. The choir would come, Sunday school classes, preschool served a meal. And it probably went on for about 8 months because it was quickly squashed within 8 months. A number of things happened that I don't really want to get into, but the one I will share with you, and I didn't hear it, and I'm glad I didn't. It was Jill Fisher and her husband Ron were heavily involved with this program. And on the average, we served 10 to 15 people. Sometimes there were 8. Well, a lot of people didn't like that in the groups because why should we be serving food to just 8 people? There were 3 women sitting on the bench right out there at the end of the kitchen who were there to serve for a funeral that day because 2 were going on at the same time. We were asked to go down the hallway. No problem, we didn't mind that. So as our guests were coming in and filling in the other room right down here, one of the ladies said to the other 2, "Do these people really need this food?" I am so glad I was not there.
And that's back to your point
Yes,
of
your
breaking
point.
down the barriers
Right.
within
barriers.
the church and
Yes.
people understanding what you're doing and why you're
Yeah.
doing it.
And Jill
what
came
you're
up to
doing.
me and she said, "I debated on whether or not I should share this, but you need to know.
Yeah.
These comments are coming from people in our own church."
Yeah.
The barriers.
And I'm glad she did.
And I think, I mean, the fact that we have Brianna's Hope here is a sign that we're beginning to move past some of those things.
Praise the Lord.
And
Absolutely.
but it took 3 years to get it finally approved.
Well, and I think in that case, the pandemic kind of helped.
It
Because
did.
nobody was using this building.
Yeah.
So there was not a conflict.
God's timing.
And God is so good.
Yeah.
To take something as horrible as a pandemic and open some doors.
Well, and open some
Yes.
hearts because
Yeah.
people did see, I mean, the pandemic itself made us aware of
Need.
society's shortcomings
Mhm.
of how we as, not just the church, but as a society,
Yeah.
we have failed people miserably.
Yeah.
And so, you know, you're right.
I mean-
I think that was kind of the final piece that was like,
Who was the lady who did the migrants when the tomato plant was here?
Enid Young.
Enid Young.
Enid Young.
Yeah.
When we got here, it was just ending, her program was. But I heard comments all the time about, well, they just go in the library and mess up the books. You know, and I go,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
And it didn't. Yeah.
Okay.
It didn't, so the program, it had gone on for a while, I think. I think Enid kept it for a while.
Yeah, but
Well,
I think
she was involved very heavily for a very, very, very long
Well, I
time.
thought so too.
But what happened was the migrants, Del Monte sort of
Shut
shut that
down.
process down.
Yeah.
That was sort of the end of it. But
Yeah.
she stuck with it all the way through, and her son became a minister.
Mhm.
But I think they're just examples of
has been-
barriers
oh, yeah.
within. You know, here, we have multiple families back here using this little field of ours, and we had the popcorn and the water ministry, but for some reason, there was a need to put this security gate so that they couldn't go past the restrooms or the Coke machine. Okay, so, I mean, I understand this is a very nice building, but that is a message that was sent to those families. We don't trust you, we don't want you in here unless you're supervised, or whatever the message was, but I don't think it was very nice message or a hospitality message. At least they were allowed to have the bathroom and the Coke machine. But it's just, like I say, barriers within that we have to kind of be strong enough to tear down these barriers within. And this is going to be hard to do whenever there's generational people that have been here for many, many years, very respected people. We love them. They're family. We love them. But we have to have a mind shift here. And this has to call for Christian accountability. We have to say, I don't like the gate. Open the church. You either open the church, you don't open the church. There's all kinds of arguments for a bus. We hear you, I understand, but there's a need. So I think there's an accountability where we've got to kind of have some hard conversations with our own people to shift this mindset and keep the main thing the main thing. So that's something that, are we willing, and I mean, we have to anticipate this is going to happen. We're going to get some resistance. And so are we ready to be that group that says, hey, we've been meeting for 8 sessions and we have some really exciting ideas and blah, blah, blah. Because there's some people that aren't in the meetings on Thursday night or on Sunday. And those are people that are putting money in the offering plate, and those are people that are donating time or cookies or whatever. We've got to have some kind of awkward conversations in the future. Are we ready for that?
Yeah, my brain is filled with adages. Constructive conflict is always better than false harmony.
Yep.
Constructive conflict is always better than false harmony. And I think that's the mindset shift, right? It's going to be uncomfortable. It's going to be an awkward conversation, but we have to, we got to sit down and talk about this, right? This is a problem that I see, and I'd like to remedy it.
And do they not say you can't grow without change?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Definition of insanity, doing the same thing, expecting different results.
We can go to this.
There's a lot of them.
There's a
Yeah,
lot.
absolutely.
There's a reason there's a lot of them.
Uh-huh.
This is a human nature kind of problem.
Right.
It is, you're exactly
Yes.
right.
All right. We are nearly out of time. If everyone could get their shift analysis sheet out, the one that we've been filling the dots in. And our question this week is attractional to invitational. Where are we as a church?
I'm not sure we're either one of those. I'm not even sure.
Definitely not attractive.
N/A.
I'm thinking
think
of,
we're over
yes,
here.
I'm thinking of attractional in terms of, yes, we are physically attractional.
Right, we have a beautiful building.
narthex. We're
Yeah.
people.
Right.
How much money did we spend on that?
And who's here
That
to
was
see
the big
it?
thing. We have this lovely narthex. All the people will come.
And I miss the old narthex.
I will say, I will say, I think people gather out there
Yeah.
a little bit better
It's-
than they
it's-
used to.
Yeah.
They do stop for cookies and coffee,
Yes.
and
Or
there
just
is
chat.
conversation that goes on, and before it was too tight
Yes,
of an
yes.
area for that to happen. So I do believe that there was a reason, I mean, the reason
Yeah,
they
two
did
doors
that
to get
was
in.
to try to get people.
Open it up.
And when
Mhm.
Pastor Grant was here, well then, not Pastor Grant, he had two beautiful Good Friday services in that space.
Mhm.
Yeah.
The last
Out
time
front
that space
and
was
inside.
used by a pastor for anything.
Mhm.
Beautiful sermon. He got
Absolutely.
everyone involved with reading scripture, and he had the fire out front.
Mhm.
You know, we should be doing stuff like that. Use the space.
Be visible.
Be visible. It's a beautiful
People
space.
people
We
driving
need to
by
use
outside
it.
see a bonfire in the
When
front of the
we-
building
When
and
we
people
first
gathered
had-
around.
Yeah.
They might think we're cultists, but however, we kind of are. But
Well, when we first started this year having outdoor services, it was out in front.
Yes.
And Phil made the comment, because a lot of people said, whichever one's better for you. Which do you want? Do you want to go into the courtyard? The courtyard really wasn't ready yet. I'm thinking, why wasn't it ready? Because if you knew that we were going to have it, why wasn't it already ready? But it wasn't. So, but anyway, he said it's kind of cool to have it out here in front and have people seeing us. All these people, everybody brought their chairs. Some people
Yeah.
came in golf carts. Everybody was sitting around. They had the service out in
And we
front.
did get a couple of people who came because it was outside, they felt safe and they saw us outside.
Well, and there was no question, are they having services again?
yeah.
There they are!
Mhm. Yeah. All right.
I don't know what to put with that.
Yeah, maybe dwell on it and think about it. So, key learning. Maybe write this down as a note. Think about it here in the next couple of weeks. But what is the key insight for our church in its current context? That's the first reflection question.
Say that again?
What is the key insight?
It's in your book,
Yeah,
on page
it's
3 of chapter 4.
Okay.
Okay.
Leading, it's the key learning.
Mhm. What is the key insight for our church in its current context? And what do we need to remember to help us move forward? And finally, do we have would anybody like to volunteer to be the devotion leader? And would someone like to volunteer to be the prayer leader?
I could do devotions.
All right, thank you, Sherry.
I'll do the prayer then.
Thank you.
And this is for session 5.
For, session 5,
Session
intentional
five.
faith
Which is
gonna
development,
be-
which is
It's
going to
gonna
be
be
on Tuesday in
Tuesday.
2 weeks.
In 2
Yes.
weeks.
Tuesday the 27th.
Yes.
And I've already looked ahead, and it appears to be another short chapter as well.
Chapter 5. Chapter 5 is what we're reading.
Mhm.
All All right, I think we can shut off the recording. Oh no, well, we can pray on the recording as well. It doesn't matter. We can either shut it off and pray, or pray and shut it off.
Whatever. Slightest. So did I?
Are we shut off?
Yeah. Would anybody? I know Mary Jo, you are the prayer leader for this session. Maybe that was just for the beginning, but you can pray us out again.
Take a deep breath. Dear Heavenly Father, we have talked about so many things, so many concerns, so many things on our heart, our desire for the church to grow. We ask that you be with us as we ponder this next chapter and help us to understand how we can be the conduit for change in our church and for our growth and to help make other Christians disciples. Be with us, Lord. Keep us all safe and healthy as we plan to meet again. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I would want to share a couple of things that are not, they're kind of blankety things.
Mm-hmm.
But just for some insight, when we first came to the church, I wasn't teaching for the first year. I never went down to Sunday school that I didn't get asked to do something. It was either communion, it was teach Sunday school, it was, but I got asked one time to help fix the funeral dinner. So I came over with my little apron and went in the kitchen, and I'm trying to help her, and I picked up the wrong spoon to stir the green beans. It was the mashed potato spoon. I wasn't allowed to put it in the green beans.
First mistake.
Well, after that, I didn't come back.
Oh.
And the same thing happened, that was 38 years ago. But the same thing happened 2 Christmases ago. They put an all call out, come to the church and help decorate the church for Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
So I came to the church, willing to do anything, and everybody was off doing their stuff. And I got told by somebody, you aren't fluffing those right. I wasn't fluffing the little branches on the wreath right. And so she took it away from me and she fluffed it, and I had nothing to do. I went home. I doubt I'll come back to decorate the church either.
Mm-hmm.
But those kind of things are things that we need to fix inside our own church.
Absolutely.
Because if you would do that to a new person who was new to the church,
Or new to their faith.
that would definitely be a turn off.
And that's the institutional.
Yeah, that's
That's that part of that we have somehow, I don't know where that happened, but it's about the things we do rather than why we're here.
Mm-hmm. Prescriptive.
I actually put the wrong pine runner by one of the candles on the windowsill.
Yeah.
And they didn't smack my hand, but they came over and said, that one doesn't go there, and moved it to the next window, and then moved the other. And I looked at both of them, and there really wasn't that much difference between either
Right.
one. But I put it in the wrong window. And those kind of being that caught up in doing it just like we've always done it is not gonna help us grow.
And this is the attractional part. That's the word I use for what we do here. It has to look perfect for Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
My cracky, that Christmas tree has to look perfect.
And they had a certain way they were doing it.
You
I
know,
was not
and
involved.
I don't care about the Christmas tree. I'm here to listen to the sermon. I'm here for Advent. Christmas trees are nice and all, but come on, folks.
Well, and I am not a real strong person when it comes to confrontation.
Me neither. Avoidance is the best tactic.
That, I'm very hesitant. I really need a good dose of holy boldness. I can't think on my feet. I wear my heart on my sleeve, and I can take it until I get home, and then I fall apart and I cry. or I have to run to the bathroom because I'm not gonna be able to make it home before I cry, but you're not gonna see me cry, because then that's going to lead to a confrontation. So I just bite my tongue and sulk, and,
I call it avoidance is the best tactic.
well,
So
but
I will avoid the
I
situation.
can't.
But
I'm
then
going to have
we've allowed it to fester and.
But then,
And I'm gonna have to grow personally, and I'm going to need some holy boldness.
right.
To have that kind of accountability, where I can say, you know, Jesus doesn't mind that in the window.
I mean, I'm afraid to say anything like that because I don't wanna offend people. I mean,
Right.
I'm supposed to be nice.
Except they don't seem to mind offending you.
Well, and so often, even, you know, if I go lick my wounds and I'll, you know, call and cry on a friend's shoulder, it's, you know, you get one of these, oh, that's just how they are.
I know.
Well, they don't need to be that way.
Right. Yeah.
The only thing you control is how you respond to things like that.
Yeah.
You know,
I
you
know.
just have to let it roll off and say, well, okay, I didn't fluff the wreath right.
So.
You know, is there
But
anything
see,
else I
that's-
can do, or can I help you do
But
that?
is that
I mean,
holding them
I-
accountable?
Yeah, is that
Is
holding
that
them
what else
accountable?
can I
Where
do
would
and
they
wanna
be
be?
like,
Have no clue.
Yeah.
Then don't put a call out asking for
Yeah,
help.
asking for help.
Or, well, fine, then show me how you want it. Don't just turn me loose.
Right.
We don't tell
Mentorship.
people what to do.
Where's the mentorship?
In truth, we've had to rely on
certain people to
certain
do.
people to do, and there's an ownership that went
If
with
you
that.
want something
The
done
funeral
right.
dinner, well,
Do
you
it
know,
yourself.
the funeral dinners, we had one person that was in charge of that for a very, very
Oh,
long
yeah.
time. And I'm sure that over the years, there were, you know, they knew exactly, you did this and you did that, and, you know, the slotted spoon needed to go with the green beans, and that kind of a spoon needed to go here. And there was probably a reason, but, you know, the reason wasn't explained, and maybe the explanation came too harsh, but that person, yeah, and we've relied on people. We have a handful of, you know, we can all sit here and say we feel really good about Brianna's Hope, but there's a handful of people that are really running that thing, that are involved with it. And not everybody in the church is involved with it, you know?
Or probably in
supports
favor of it.
Or supports it. And there's probably some that don't even know its existence, and that's why they haven't complained.
Well,
it's
and I think that you're gonna have all those differences, that's, you know, you're just
Never
gonna have
gonna
to,
please everybody.
yeah.
But
Yeah.
it is all in the execution,
Yeah.
right? So
Tact.
you remain very quiet, and you rethink, I'm never going back there again. So that is the first way to alienate your volunteer base,
Right.
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
to be rude.
Well,
And
then
I'll
she
be
finds
meeting her down
something,
the bathroom.
you find something else that's what,
Right.
that's the thing that I wanna do, or that's where I wanna be. Yeah.
Constructive
And I know we've
conflict.
been short volunteers a lot of times,
Yeah.
because I can remember, this was even before I retired, that I put myself on the list that I would help with communion, and I put myself on the list that I would usher, and I put myself on the list that I would do children's church, whatever we called it at that time. And I know they were short of it, but I would walk in and I would be doing communion and children's sermon on the same Sunday in the bulletin. And then I'd have to run around and find somebody to take my place at the children's serve little thing. Well, one Sunday I walked in and I was all three of them. And I immediately took myself off the volunteer list. I said, I'm done.
And that has happened because people just get worn out. It's
Yeah,
like, are
I'm
you
done.
kidding? Is the, you know, is the
Sure.
phone stuck on my number, or, you know?
And I know that was just because there just weren't enough of us volunteering, I know that, but my frustration level was, by the time I left church, I hadn't felt like I worshipped a stitch,
Yeah.
and I didn't like that.
Yeah.
We need to make sure that that all the opportunities are enjoyable for all the people that come.
Mm-hmm.
Even
And
the
it may be
people,
that we need to, if we don't have enough people to do all those things, then
We
we
don't
need,
do 'em.
yeah, then we need to,
Well, we also need to make sure that if someone signs up, that they are called.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not just the same old people, you know, this has been our committee for years. Well, then don't put it on the card if you don't want new people. Because that, you know, you don't have any control over who checks that box. But if somebody checks that box, then you need to include them. And
Even
you
if
have
they
to
have-
take the risk that they use the wrong spoon.
That's right, even if they have 10 thumbs and they can't fluff a wreath.
At our church in Logansport, Pastor Mick Rousseau, whatever we were doing, whether if it was nursery help, helping with this dinner, we need people for the Sunday school class to serve the dinner for loaves and fishes. So if we didn't have enough by a certain date, he would pass out the sign-up sheet. It would go from the back all the way to the front.
During church.
During church, and he said, now listen folks, we need help. If these are not filled up by this person in this pew by the end of the service, we're canceling the event. And a few times he did, and by cracky, people started signing up. Nursery help, okay, we don't have enough for next week.
I sat in
It
nursery
worked.
so many
Yeah.
times, and
Light a
bless-
fire.
Bless
Yes.
the person who put the little beauty mirror and a little beauty set with had a hot curling iron for 10, and I'd sit there and those little girls would curl up my
Yes.
hair in that thing and hang it out by the roots week after week. I finally said, let's get rid of this toy or I'm gonna be bald.
Oh man.
Oh,
Well, thank you.
Yes, thanks, Charles.
Charles,
Yeah.
have a good vacation.
Thank you. Yes.
It'll be a nice trip.
Yeah, we're gonna camp, so
Sounds like
I'm
it'll be
excited.
fun.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well,
You
except
have to
we'll,
turn
let's
that
see,
off.
we'll see you before.
Don't we see you 2
Yeah.
days before you?
Yeah, we'll
Yes,
see you before
yes.
you leave. Yes.
Oh, we'll see him before, that's
Yes.
right, we're gonna see you before you.
So I'll take any wishes and whatever.
Throw
That
your money your
also.
way for treats.
Yeah.
Gotta go around and check lights, so, yeah.
I'm all right, girl.
I think you should all be parked out over here because.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, that's
It's
the
a
only
full
place
parking
we can
lot.
The alarm doesn't go off is where it's
I
No,
I
no,
think
I
I'm
have to
really
set the
able to
alarm.
drive, except Terry.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm gonna go. All right. Yep.
No, I don't blame, man.
Be careful.
But I can see better now than I could see before when I was driving, before I was legal to drive.
I'm going.
Bye, sweetie.
Bye.
Love you.
Love you too.
Careful.
All right.
Have a good week, everyone.
Dude, we'll work on it. This is my second
Good
meeting this
weekend.
week. Is that finished Tuesday?
No, I didn't.
Oh, you missed it. Well, this is my second meeting this week.
I was not feeling well on Tuesday, so I wrote Pastor Phil and I said,
They told us you weren't
I
feeling
can't, I
well.
just can't be there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We knew you weren't feeling well when you weren't even coming online. And Rita was online. We need to keep her in prayer. She sounded so weary.
Oh,
You know, he's home.
yes,
But
yes,
she sounded so weary, so keep her in prayer.
yes, okay.
And, I've been praying for him all along just that he'd get home, but now that he's
Absolutely.
home, you know, that was just a long, long, just a miracle. It is, it's a miracle. I may not say that little thing that they do when we left, but, just keep her in your prayer.